So guys, we're going to learn the full complete computer forensic from beginner to advanced in this topic. So first we're going to learn the introduction or basics of digital forensic. So in this digital forensic part, we're going to first learn about the investigation part, how we can investigate using digital forensic tools. Then we're going to learn the operating system that you can use those digital forensic tools like on Windows, Linux, Mac OS X, and etc. And after that, we're going to learn about the image acquisition, network acquisition, both parts. So we're going to learn the double part of both image and network acquisition. After that, we're going to learn about the data spaces and then also the data recovery. Then we're going to learn about the part of mobile malware forensic. And after that, at the end, we're going to learn about the Kali Linux and forensics. So this will also be a long part about this Kali Linux and forensic. So but we'll have sub-session of couple of these. So into this investigation subsession part, we're going to understand in two parts and learn this also in two parts. So first part we're going to just investigate, and then we're going to learn about the investigation results in part 2. Then in data spaces and data recovery part, we're going to also use two part to understand the better uses. Then after this, we're going to learn about the mobile malware forensic. So also the two part that we're going to learn about this, how you use mobile malware to use the mobile forensic. And at the end, we're into this Kali Linux and forensic part. So this will also be a long session. So into this Kali Linux and forensic part, we're going to learn firstly the Kali Linux as a forensic workstation, means how you can use Kali Linux as a penetration testing machine to use as a forensic workstation. Then we're going to learn about the forensic images and then also the forensic image tools that we are going to use, how you can use these, how to install, and etc. So then we're going to learn about the LibWeb forensic tools. This is one of the most recognized or popular forensic tools that the forensic people use, and also we are going to demonstrate these tools, how we can use, what is the use case, etc. Then we're going to use the DC3DD forensic tools. Also we're going to demonstrate this part too. After this, we're going to learn about these flip forensic tools. Similarly, all of those forensic tools will have a like demonstration part, how you can use, how you can download, install, and use all of these to use for forensic use cases. Then after that, we're going to learn the popular HD forensic tools, and then we're going to use the SAM tools for forensic use cases, and also we're going to learn about that. And at the end of this Kali Linux and forensics part, we're going to learn about the RAHS2 forensic tools. So as you can see, all of those forensic tools in that we will be using in our Kali Linux machine all will have a demonstration part, and at the end of this full computer forensic part, we're going to learn about the real world example of how you can use a computer forensic with some demonstration. In this lesson, we are going to talk about the differences between legal investigation and corporate investigation. Now, a corporate investigation, you may follow a lot of the same procedure and certainly be looking for some of the same types of data as you would with illegal investigation. The differences is with a corporate investigation, you are not going to end up, or hopefully you are not going to end up eating a court of law where there are some sort of rules about how you handle evidence and making sure that you have got the best evidence in the true evidence, and you have kept a clear and accurate chain of custody log and all of the other rules around how you handle evidence, since it's really just about finding a policy violation where there may be some disciplinary action against a particular employee. So you may not have to worry much about how you handle the way, as long as you present the case and the case is clear and is accurate, so that we can get to the truth and be able to determine in the case of an example. So as an example that we are talking about here, that there wasn't a policy violation since it doesn't ever show up in the court of law. You may not have to worry so much about your handling the evidence, other than you still need to follow a lot of the same handling procedure, because you don't want to get a point where you have opened a door of liability to the company because you haven't handled the evidence safely, and some of the evidence is called into the questions, but they are not as rigid because the rules are not really the same with the corporate investigation. So we don't have to worry maybe as much as about the chain of custody. So here is actually a EPA has a little presentation or a little course on chain of custody about how EPA employees should be handling a sample and data. So you wouldn't have to maybe the chain of custody process and procedure with a corporate investigation as you do with illegal investigation, because you are not going to show up in front of the judge, or you are not going to show up in front of the judge. So you may not have to do the some chain of custody documentation or be as rigid about it, because it would be in a legal investigation simply again, because you are not going to show up in front of the judge and have to present and do evidence and testimony regarding how the evidence was handled and what the chain of custody was. Since we are not in a court of law, we also don't have to necessarily follow the same rules of evidence. And you can see on the websites of like Cornell University Law School, there are some federal rules of evidence. Let me show you. Here it is from the Cornell Law School. You can see the federal law rule of evidence. So there is an article here for the relevance and its limit. So we have got test for relevance evidence. So there is a lot of rules of evidence that you have to make sure that you follow. So you can provide testimony or evidence in a court cases, and also we don't have the some sort of restriction necessarily with a corporate investigation, which also don't necessarily have to do the same level of safe handling and storage of the evidence. So you may not have to use these commercial solutions. These really are expensive and high-end commercial solution here for evidence storage, because
there aren't necessarily the same sort of rules for presenting the evidence that we do in court cases when we are going to do the corporate investigation. So maybe about a corporate investigation is there is always a possibility that it could end up in a court of law, or you end up in court in some time. So let's say you are doing an investigation on somebody who has been accused of viewing pornography and viewing pornography at work, for an example. As you are doing the investigation, you discovered that there not only the pornography there but also the child pornography as well. So immediately that became a illegal issue, because while pornography isn't illegal, even though it may violate corporate policies, child pornography absolutely is illegal and has to be reported, and this person would be prosecuted. And so you have to make sure that processes you are following with regards to evidence handling and your chain of custody. So you need to make sure that you are doing it in a way that you could hand off the evidence to a law enforcement agency and have them to be able to take it on and not have the evidence questioned. So again, while you are doing this corporate investigation, even though you may not have to have the same sort of rules or processes that you would be in a legal investigation, because the bar isn't quite high. So don't assume that you can just go in and worry about any of this, because you just never know. When a corporate investigation is going to turn into a legal case, even if it's something not as violent as child pornography, there may be cases where you find evidences, and if you had a sloppy handling, an employee may be able to come back against the company for a lawsuit saying, it wasn't right and they didn't really find the evidence that they did because the handling was sloppy. So you still want to be very careful and safe, even though there are some differences between corporate investigation and legal investigation. You still want to make sure that you are handling your evidence and data in a way that wouldn't be into the trial and subpoint and as a part of the legal proceeding. So let's talk about the preparing of an investigation. The first thing that you want to make sure that you understand as you are preparing for an investigation is you want to make sure you understand the scope of the investigation. So the scope of the investigation has to do with what elements are in play, what pieces of evidence you are going to be looking for, and what is going to be help for the case to get a point where you understand. So what is better to understand what is happening and what's going to move to the case forward toward understanding the truth of what happened. So in understanding the scope of investigation, you will get what evidence you need to acquire and what evidence do you have the authority to acquire. There are cases where you may find information that you don't actually have the authority to acquire and obtain, and so understanding the scope of investigation is really important so that you know what evidence you have authority to acquire. The type of investigation. So after you have gotten the scope under control you need to understand the type of investigation that you are going to be doing. So are you going to need to do a live acquisition? In other words, do you need what's in the memory on a particular system or device? Do you need to know what the network state is? Do you need to know the network information that's coming into the particular system or devices that you are investigating? Do you need to know the system that are connected to that device of the network layer? So if you need all sort of the thing, then you need to do a live acquisition. So you need to acquire the target while it's up and running. So if all you need is access the files or program you are installed, so see that the activity has gone on from the historical basis. You can do a static acquisition through the types of investigation which is important. So you can determine whether you need to have the system up and running, so you can do a live acquisition, or you can just live with the hard drives and other storage devices. So you could do a static acquisition. You will need to make sure that you have got evidence storage in place. So do you have a place where you can store disk drives, USB sticks, or maybe a PC? Do you have a place where you can store those securely, so they are locked away and nobody else have access to them? Do you have a place where you can store the digital artifacts, where you can store image file, for example? You need a place to store the evidence so it couldn't be and cannot be tampered with. So you need both the ability to store hardware evidence or physical evidence, and you also need a place where you can store digital evidence. Both of these are really important because you may have a piece of evidence that are either hardware or a digital artifact of some sort of. So another, whether it's an image or a set of files or something along with the lines. So you need to have a place where you can store these different types of evidence in a secure fashion. So along those lines, you have to make sure you understand what the documentation is going to look like. You need to have a chain of evidence. You need to have evidence verification data for where you have a digital piece of evidence. You need to have a hash values. Ultimately, you need to be able to have a both control and document everything that has gone on and with the evidence that you have acquired or acquired from the point, or that you acquired it to the point that you handed off a present testimony to the evidence. So in conclusion, you need to know what the scope of the investigation is. You need to know what types of investigation you are going to be doing, and you cannot have somebody just showed up with a PC and hand it to you and expect you to do the static acquisition. If the evidence that you require for the case really needs a live acquisition, you need to make sure that you have got the storage for the types of evidence that you are going to be acquiring. And finally, you have to make sure that you have got the right documentation trails in places and right documentation so that you can prove that the evidence that you have has been under your control the entire time and has not been altered, and also has not been tampered with at all. So in this lesson, we are going to be talking about the building a forensic workstation. Now, if you are doing a lot of forensic investigation or forensic examination, you may want to have a dedicated forensic workstation, and there is a lot of decision that you have to make as you're building that forensic workstation. Of course, you are going to have a hardware decision to make the types of interfaces like USB, firewire, different interfaces for whether you want to be able to support SCSI or SATA or PATA or define interface for hard drives. And you're also going to want the thing about what you have got to be other types of hardware, whether you have got floppy drive in case you are dealing with the old system that have data stored in a old floppy, or whether you are going to have a Blu-ray or DVD or CD or any sorts of decision that you are going to need to make as you are selecting the hardware that you are going to use. Now another decision you are going to have is to make what operating system are you going to be running. Primarily on Windows forensic workstation. Nowadays there is a few things that you could do. One of these things is, for example, use a live CD, and that way you are not actually storing anything to your primary hard drive. So nothing is writable in that regards, that you are not making changes to anything like that, which means you could just have basically a shell of a system that you plug hard drives into and you boot off this live CD. So there is a few choice around live CDs that you could make, and you can certainly Google the one that are available primarily from their Linux based, and there are several that are available for forensic workstation uses. Now speaking of Linux, you may actually want to have a dedicated Linux operating system installed, and by dedicated I mean installed on a primary hard drive on your system, not virtual, as opposed to a live CD that's a portable and you are booting off the CD. Now there is some advantage of having Linux or a Unix like operating system as your primary operating system, and one of those reasons is because of the number of tools that are just built in, and we have gone over a lot of those tools on the other lectures previously. So let me just take quick refreshes here. DT is a program that actually copies data bit from a source image or a hard drive to a destination. So you can make a perfect bit for bit copies of a hard drive. So if you want to need it, there is a also called DCFL DD, which is an enhanced version of DT that takes into account for ANSYS capabilities. So it will be do things like calculating a hash of fly, and it's doing the images, so it will just do that for you without you having to calculate an image. I can also do things under Linux like doing a MD5 sum, so I can calculate the hash based on anything that I want, and MD5 is actually included in Linux or Unix like operating system, which usually have that. And I have also got the ability to do a SHA-1 sum word list. So there is a utilities that as well as something that's built in. So I have got a lot of advantage here using the Unix or Linux based operating system, which is Unix. Like I have got some advantages in the number of inbuilt tools and utilities that are there now. So there is a lot of forensic program that run only under Windows. So I have got one here called so this is called Pro Discover. So this Pro Discover here is a Windows program. It only runs under Windows, so you can see it's graphical in nature, and it got some ability to store and categorize data for you, so that you can go easy and do analyze on it. Now that's one utility, and let's take a look at the another one, and this is called FTK Toolkit or Forensic Toolkit. This is also a Windows only program. So one of the things that FTK will actually do is FTK will do an automated analysis of an image that you have got, and it will go and pull a lot of different information. So you can see file status here and the column file category. So it will show you the number of graphic files, the number of datable files, and the number of spreadsheet. And you can actually take a look at those as you're flipping through the different tabs. So you can also explore the file system and also run searches. But one of the things that really does is to make look at these different images that you may be looking from a hard drive. So it makes looking at those easier. So a tool like FTK will automate a lot of basic analysis for you and will do work for you. It's a lot easier for you to get a quickly the evidence that you need and point out you in directions where you may need to look at a little bit more deeply, whether you need to do some more analysis or go looking for some more evidence. So FTK actually has a lot of automated functionality, and this is really nice for that. Now we have looked at the Pro Discover and that some got capabilities of what we are looking at in FTK. Actually, the most popular forensic software probably is a tool called InCase, and that again is a Windows only program that you need to be running on Windows, and this is a kind of standard for forensic software. So most of the time when you are looking at the law enforcement and you are doing the forensic investigation and law enforcement, they are probably working with a case as where they are using the manage their cases and looking the information of a digital nature. So in case in a Windows program as well, so again you have got a decision that you need to make in terms of what operating system you are going to be running. Now Unix has some advantages because it's got some tools that are built in, and you can make sure you use of those. And there are also forensic programs that are available for Unix. We didn't actually talk about them. One of them is called SlotKit, and there's a graphical interface for is called Autopsy, so you can actually use it. But if you are looking for a commercial grade real high power forensic toolkit, then you really need to be looking at the Windows side because it's just where all the program live, and all of these forensic softwares are mostly available for Windows only. So some of it has to do with how much budget you have got and much money you can spend on a forensic workstation that you are building, and some of it has to do what you are comfortable with it. So if you like graphical programs and like to click around the things, then Windows may be the better for you. If you are much happier with a command line word and can track a lot of the details of an investigation yourself and want to digging through the data manually, then you may be happier on the Unix side using the command line tools that are built in there. So we'll talk about the case and we'll talk about the use of NCase Forensic, which is a piece of software that designed for forensic analysis and evidence storage and acquisition in case of a really big name in this particular software. And it is a well-known software for the forensic development, and they often use this for a piece of software because it really has a name for itself and what it does. Now only the forensic people can fully access this software. Only I can give you some of the screenshot that I am showing here, how this works and how every toolbar works. So as you can see, this is for InCase examiner, so you could get a certified InCase certified. So as they said, there is a book on the DVD that's associated. So with that book there is a evaluation version, a lot of function in this case will not be working on a evaluation version. But I don't want to show this piece of software because it's a big name for the forensic space now. Along with this evaluation version, in this we do have some sample files to look at as well. So as I've got this image file here, so I have got a case. I'm going to use this default value which are fine, but now we have done a verification, and now I have got this data here, and I have this data as a text file, and down below I can look at the information regarding this particular file and I am looking at. It looks like it created in somewhere 2012 and also acquired at the same time. So I've got a logical size and a physical size. So logical size is 235 bytes and the physical size is 512 bytes, and that's because it uses the entire block on the hard drive or on the media that it created from the Seattle. Also got a volume boot down here. This is the report output that we are looking at down at the bottom. Again, also look at the console and there is nothing in either of those. So there is a lot of different ways of looking at this information. You can see we can go through these users. As you can see in this picture, we have got hash properties. There are references, so you can set references in the evidence that you require. Also you can create bookmarks so that you can get back to a piece of evidence that you are most interesting to you. So we have got different file types we can look at, and we have got keywords. So there is a lot of different ways of looking at the information or the evidence that we acquire in case. So it's a pretty dense piece of software and you would spend a lot of time digging through this piece of software. And again, this is just an evaluation version, and a lot of features don't actually work in this evaluation version, and it may be worth just finding the evaluation version, whether through a certification book or through some other means, just in order to get a handle of how in case present information and how you would go looking for the information, so that you can see most of the tools here in the upper right, like table, report, gallery, timeline, disk, code. So we can actually do much or anything by simply look at the data and ended up acquiring from the evidence that we already had on disk. So this is again a pretty broader view of a in case, and it's because we cannot really do much of anything with this, because it's mostly for the forensic department to work on this piece of software, and also it's a paid software. So it is just worth showing you just a basic little of things how it works to get you feel for in case and what it looks like, because again it is a very popular piece of software in the forensic community. So in this lesson we are going to be talking about the file system, and specifically we are going to be talking about the file system typically associated with Windows. Now, going back to the 1970s, there was a file system that was just simply called file allocation table, and what represented was the way that files and directories were stored. They were stored in these file allocated tables. Now we have still got FAT or file allocation table disk around, so you will see them a lot. For example, USB sticks. So USB sticks is actually default format is FAT32. So it actually is specialized formatted in FAT32. So the original FAT was 12-bit file system. So now we might call that FAT32, that gives away the FAT16. So now we have a FAT32. The big difference is there are file sizes as well as the drive sizes that we can support. So if you look at this, this is the from C drive. This is not FAT32. It is selected as a NTFS. So now we'll see. Pretty commonly, these FAT file systems on devices that need to be really portable, because that is such a common file system. So it's been around for a long time and pretty much everything supported. So USB sticks is going to be the format in it FAT32 by default from every operating system, and this is going to be able to read it. So memory cards in cameras are probably formatted in a FAT format again, because it's so portable, everything and every machine can read it. Now when Microsoft was developing Windows NT, they decided that the FAT wasn't a good enough file, so they went to the FAT32. So you can see the file system here is, as I previously showed here, it is an NTFS, and this is the C drive. So I can bring up the properties on a user directory here. Now you can see again I have got only the read only permission and the hidden attributes, but across the top I have like general, sharing, security, previous version and customize. So the one big being is the security. So now the FAT file system, I didn't have the ability to set permission on any of the files or folders because they were not attributed like that. So we didn't have any ability to have multiple users in a Windows machine until we started using Windows NT. So now I have got this ability to set different permissions, and you can see I've got a full control of modify, read and execute, list, folder, contents, read, write and special permission. So I could actually remove of some user and who had permission of these files, and I can add user who have permission. So I've got all of these abilities to set permission on which file gives me a lot of flexibility in terms of who gets to see them. Particularly if this is like a server operating system where multiple users could actually get access to my files, I might want to prevent them from being able to write to a file. I may want to allow them to read a file but not actually write the file. So along with the permission, I get a number of other features in NTFS now how we talked about previously. So let me show you another one. I also get encryption, so I should be able to go to the advanced here, and now I can encrypt the contents here to secure the data. So NTFS has an encryption file system among the one of its feature. So it could actually encrypt individual files or folders in addition to encrypting it. I can also compress them, so the file system has the ability to compress as well as decompress files and folders within the file system. Now you will also see that there is indexing. So NTFS has an encrypted file system among one of its features. You could actually encrypt individual files or folder in addition to encrypting it. I can also compress them, so the file system has the ability to compress as well as decompress files and decompress files and folders within the file system. Now you will also see that there is indexing. So NTFS also support indexing, which allows for faster searches of the file system. And one thing that you don't see in very often though is that there is the idea of journaling. So what a journal is to keeps track of all the writes of the file system and anything that gets modified. It keeps tracks all of the log. So if anything bad were to happen, it can go back and check the log against the actual file system and see whether they match up. So if they don't, they can reapply the log and recreate the data that may have been lost through, for example, a power failure. So journaling is really important for having that ability to log transaction on the file system. Just like you do with a database, it's really important. Now one thing I can do with NTFS is that I cannot do with the FAT file system is to create links. So NTFS has been the default file system for all the reasons I mentioned, and that NTFS gives access users to do. So we'll now look about to the Linux part. Okay, let me go through my virtual machine. So in this now this time I will be talking about the Linux file system. So I am logged into a Linux system via the virtual machine as Kali Linux. So I am going to do it via the command line. So we don't have the distraction of the desktops to look at some of the things that we are going to be looking at. So we are going to be talking about the file system here. Now I have got my primary file system. You see in the top line in the dev SDA. So that's mounted on the root, which is designed here by a slash. Now that's the type ext4. So that's my file system to the particular operating system or this particular system. So I've got an ext4 file system. ext4 is actually goes back to about 1993 where it started. So and that was really the original Linux file system was ext2. Now ext2 implemented some of the basic of Unix file systems. So the Unix file system has sort of a basic structure in terms of the directories and the layout that it has. So we have got things like bin and user and home, and we have got all of these directories and they are laid out as hierarchy of all the files and directories that are stored in these things called inodes. Now inodes represent files or directories, or maybe another way putting it is files and directories that are represented by inodes. So every file that has inodes that's associated with it, in addition to kind of this directory layout that we get with the file system, we also get this permission like so on the left hand side in the column you have got this notion of permissions. So we have got three different sets of permission: user, group and world. So for example, the etc directory, now the user that owns the etc directory or etc directory, it can actually see here in the third column is the user root. So the user root has read, write and execute permission as, and you will see that in the left hand column the first letter is the D, which indicates that it directly and we get read while execute as the first group of permissions. So that's for the root user. Now the second block of permission, which also could be read, write and execute, except the write is not ticked off for their particular section, that would be the root group, and there's the fourth column from the left. So the fourth column indicates that the group owns the file, and finally on the right hand side of the first column we got 3 permission setting. That's for world, or basically everyone else. Everyone who is not the owner or part of the group, those are the permissions that for a user at a time, or per user for a per group basics with Unix. So you have one owner and one group and then everybody else. So I don't have the ability to say like, Johnny, you get read permission to this particular directory where everybody else doesn't get permission to it. So I have got these 3 blocks of permission, and that's the part of Unix way of doing file system, and the Unix way of doing the security on individual files and directories. So now that I have got the ability to set an owner and a group here, and again that's embedded into the file system. So I mentioned the ext2 goes back to 1993, and this successor to exd2 was ext3. Now the big difference between exd2 and ext3 is the idea, and it supports the journaling. So with journaling I have the ability to restore changes to the file system. So when I restore changes to the file system, I actually can roll back those changes. So let's say the power goes back out and it comes up with the system and discovers that there are some of the files that are missing. It does that by checking the journal against the live file system, and if they don't match, we can reapply the changes into the journal to the live file system to bring it up to the date. So I got journaling with ext3. I mentioned that this is the actual and ext4 file system. The big thing that ext4 adds are performance enhancement, and it also adds support to the larger file system. So ext4 has the ability to restore really big files and big file system, and don't be surprised with JFS or XFS or RiserFS with file system with time to time as well. So we have done talking with the Linux file system. So let me log out. So now we'll be talking about the executable types, and specifically we are going to be talking about the executable types under Windows. Now we will run across from time to time from various what we call the scripting language and the interpreted language, things like Python, Ruby or Perl, and those are in the types of executable. We are going to be talking about compile programs on that go through the process of compiling and linking and generating and basically binary as output. So Windows has a specific format of these types of program, and the Windows program is called Portable Executable or PE Explorer. You can download it from online. It's a free software to use. You will see it abbreviated as PE, and sometimes you will see PE32 or PE64. Now I have got a program here called PE Explorer. So this is actually going to open one of those portable executable program, and it's going to pull it apart, its component and pieces. So I'm gonna open a random executable file like Adobe Creative Cloud for an example. So you will see a lot of information here about this particular executable. Now the first thing that we know that this is the entry point address. So part of this portable executable format is a piece where the program enters. So we have got a entry point which says this is the fast command or fast instruction. Rather than we are going to start and there is an address on it. Now there are different section of this program, and you will see in the second line under field name to the left hand side it says number of section. So there is actually 4 sections to this particular file, the particular executable. So you will have the things like the text selection, text section or the data section. So the text section is actually where the executable portion of the program lives. So that's where all the instruction are, and this instruction would normally be designed if you were to have something like disassembler. So you would see them show up in an assembly language. In reality, they are just instruction to the processor, and the processor sees a particular number and says, oh, that's the instruction move, for example, or jump into something else. These instructions tell the processor what to actually do, and in conjunction with the executable portion we have got the data section. So the data would be all of the different variables that the program operates on, and also we will be able to things like stack segment, so that the stack would be all of the local variables. And you see on the right hand side we have actually got the size of a stack reserve, the numbers that is in hexadecimal. But if you were to convert that to the decimal, you would see the size that we had actually requested the program, and the program has requested for its stack. So we have got all of these different sections in this portable executable program and reportable executable file, and with all of these come different addresses, which is how we have the ability to say the addresses of the entry point. Now these addresses are not in position or independent format. There is actually a preferred base address for all of this. So generally when the programs runs, there is a preferred base address for the program, and we can determine where we are in the program based on getting that particular base address. So again there is all of these different portions here, and we've got, as I said, the address of the entry point, which is not the only notch up above under the header information, but it's also noted down here below in the left hand field. And then we have got the base of code, and there is a base address, and it says it prefer 1000 as its base address, and that's in hexadecimal again, and the base of data is 2000. So that's in hexadecimal, and there the image base. So again we have got this idea that there is a preferable base address for all of this program, so that it can be determined whether it's actually having to recompute everything every time when the program runs. Now I mentioned that there are these 4 compiled programs, and Microsoft is actually taken this portable executive format, and it's intended it to deal with the .NET suite of knowledge languages, and .NET actually uses a format that's not strictly executable. So in this sense there are the CPU instruction in the program. What .NET does is it uses an intermediate language or an interim language, and there is something of an better that sits in between this pseudocode and the processor. So we don't actually have a raw machine instruction in this executable. So we have something that's a bit of half step above the machine instructions. So this portable executable format has been extended to talk into the account like .NET suite language like C, C Sharp and C++ and Visual Basic, and those are all the .NET. So we had the old version of C++, and now we have C++ .NET, and we have the vb.net. So anything that takes the new way of doing things with Microsoft, with all of the .NET libraries, those executable still exist with PE format, but it's an extended version of the PE format because it is still just a bit different. So that's the primary or really the only executable type that you are run across in Windows, and that's the portable executable format. So in this lesson we are going to be talking about the RAID and not the chemical that kills bug. We are going to be talking about the redundant array of inexpensive disk. The idea behind RAID was you would have a lot of disk that didn't cost a lot of money, and if you kind of gang them together, you might have one really big disk, or you could have one more reliable disk than you had before, and you would have spent a lot of money on it. So the idea was these drives were becoming more inexpensive, and you could make use some of the inexpensive disk in order to get a lot of fault tolerances and better performances than you would be with having spent money on a more expensive hard drive like SSD, like this one. This one is my SSD. So we are going to do something with that. So now I am going to do is first, if I go to into disk management here, I have got a couple of hard drives, and the first thing I need to do is initialize the disk, but I cannot do that, but you can just initialize in this section. But this is my main machine, so I cannot really show you the process, but I will explain it how it works. So first you need to do is initialize, then you are going to put some partition table and get them to the point. So when you scroll down, you can create new mirror volume. For example, mirroring is the one of the modes of RAID. So there are number of RAID modes. RAID 0 is like if I have got two drives and I am really creating one drive out of them, it's called stripping. So with two drives I can strip data across both of the drives. It gives me one larger drive and that I had before the RAID one, which is really what I am doing. So here is a mirror drive that you can get by using that, and you can also add the second drive there, and what you're going to end up is with one drive, and that's the same size is just the one. But what happens is anytime I do it, you do it right, is going to write the data in both drives. Like this is my main drive. As you can see, there is some EFI system partition and recovery partition here, both in this, because but if you see there is only two drives, this one and this one. So at this point you have to have a multiple drives at that point so that you could do parity, meaning there is like a checksum that gets stored on additional drive and rate. 5 is strip when the parity across all the drivers. Now we can get kind of mix and match some of these like you do on a RAID 1 plus RAID 0. So that's a mirror plus stripped, but that gets kinds of complicated, and I've got the ability to do the RAID here in software in Microsoft Windows. So some of the computers will actually have a RAID controller built onto the motherboard, and the idea with that is it's a little bit faster, and it used to be a long time ago. So you couldn't do RAID and software because it wasn't available to do, so you had to do is hardware RAID. So nowadays you can do RAID instead of Windows. You can also do RAID instead of a Linux. So now we are going to be talking about auto starting. So what does I mean by auto starting? So let me go to the service. So by auto starting, which you are taking into the program that start up with the boot time when you open your computer. So in other words, they start up automatically without the user involvement. This is helpful to look in the case of something like say virus or worm attack, where you may see services or programs that are starting up without the user involvement, and they may be doing things like opening up a backdoor or doing something to start up a program at boot time and that participate in a botnet. So being able to find where the different auto starting place on the different automatic operating systems are is really helpful. So these are all the services that are on this system. As you can see, like a computer and Windows has many services. So let me show you before I jump into the other thing. So let me show you here any of the service like this. I can just change the startup like automatic delete, start or automatic manual or disable any of it. Sometimes disable is very nice if you cannot remove a service that you cannot uninstall it. So what you can do is you can just disable it and apply that so that this service won't start when you open your computer. So even if they were in here and clicked start, there is a no manual mode for this. So now of course they could also go into these properties, set it as a manual and start it up, but you have the ability to disable services so that they cannot be started. You certainly cannot be started easily, so that the service and the system level thing, Let me show you another one thing, that being of the utility called msconfig. As you can see there, this startup is selected as a normal startup, means all those default services that came with Windows will start automatically when the Windows boot. So if you select the selective startup, then it will only start the specific services that you checked or unchecked. So as you can see, these are the services that you checked, and this all will start when you Windows boot. So for example, uncheck one of this item and it wouldn't start up in the next time I logged in, but these are the different places you would go and find the different programs that may be running in the background are starting up, as you would need to be able to figure out in the case of example a botnet, where there is a botnet client that is installed and it's running quietly in the background. So it has to do either something that's a registry key that is starting up when a user logs in, or it's been installed as a service and it's been sitting here in the service list, or it's being installed as a startup menu. So what you can do is you can go to the task manager and you can see into the menu of startup. As you can see, these are the software that are default all enabled. So I disabled maximum one of them and enable couple of them, so that only these two will start when the Windows boot, and this won't start with the boots. So for example, with Windows, maybe you want your system partition to be smaller and kept separated from your data partition. So you may have a C drive and a D drive, even though they may both be same hard drive. So we have actually got let me show you my disk partition. So I have got a couple of different volumes here. So there is a disk part which allow me to do similar sort of things like fdisk does under Linux, and something else I can do here is to go to the computer management, and disk management is here. As you can see, I have a graphical version of the same sort of thing that I had with disk part. Like I can do a number of things here. I can change the drive letter. I can also change the path where the drive letter is, something that you get with Windows when you don't get with Linux. I can bring up the properties and see the capacity of the each drive. The use space in the free space, which is something I don't get with the fdisk utility with Linux. So the disk management gives me a wider range of capabilities that I don't have with just a simple disk partition utility. Although this is a app of the creating partition and deleting partition and doing different things, I have the ability to resize certain partition as well as doing this partition is something that you need to be aware of as a forensic examiner, because you may have a multiple partition on a system and you need to be able to look at the different utilities to see what is different partition, maybe assistance. So what you can make sure that you gather all the data you need together, and you need to be able to look at the partition table or find utilities like disk management of or fdisk or disk part to be able to look at the different partition on a system that you may have, like in Windows disk management and fdisk in a Linux. So to be able to figure out the disk partition and the different file system, they may be living on a different partition. So that's all for this. So in this lesson we are going to be talking about the operating system, and specifically we will be talking about the Windows operating system. So the Windows operating system is currently up to Windows 11 and goes back to the mid 80s or so, and over the time it gone through a lot of changes. There are however some things that have more or less stayed the same, and in particular one of the things that stayed the same is some of the files layout on the drive. So typically what you would have with a Windows operating system, that you have a primary hard disk or hard drive that has a letter C like this, and this is the primary hard drive. Now with Windows, all of the hard drives have letters, so that you can see here C, D, and if I insert any portable USB, then it will be E. See, you can see the directory called Windows, and where all of the primary operating system files are stored, and you can see there are a lot of different directories here. Files are stored, and you can see there are a lot of different directories here, storing a lot of different data, like there is a log and there is a media, and which is where the things like system sound would be stored. Now there are also a couple of directories, and one of the which is called system and one of the which is called system 32. Now the system 32 specifically stores very critical, as you can see system 32, which specifically store very critical system information, and there are some log files in here, and there is also a lot of DLL and system files. As you can see, lots of DLL files. So number of directories inside the system 32 that store a lot of critical system configuration. Now in addition to the system directory and the system 32 directory, we do have other directories as well. You can see here in the top of the drive, here is a lot of it look like garbage, and some installer just end up putting files here. So what can I do though? I can go to the folder option and go view, and I'm going to show the hidden files. As I already selected it, you can see it's already show hidden files. So as you can see, all those system files are hidden. So that's in a memory, and restore the exact operating system that was in a place when you hibernate it. So there can be a lot of interesting data here in the form of forensic standpoint, because in the hybrid file you have got everything that was in memory. So if there is a browser window open, there is all sorts of data associated with whatever pages are open in that browser. Now a little bit further down here you can see a page file, this, and there's here is the operating system writes data out to when it need to free up. So some space in the real memory it will write out the page file again. So something else, when the system is down, you got some snapshot of a piece of information that were once in the memory in addition to all of those. So of course we have got the data in the history of the hard drive. Now it used to be with some of the older version of the Windows. So there was a documents and the setting directory, and in the more recent version of Windows, starting with the Windows Vista, where we have got some directories, and we can go the different user like this user and me. So Google has a Chrome browser, cookies, and various other piece of information with regards to the Chrome are stored inside the application data directory. You can see, of course, the obvious one, the document, download, music, picture, videos. As well, you can look onto these directories if you are looking one of those things, and somebody may have stored specifically. So if I am creating a document, I am probably going to store in the document directory. Same thing with music or picture. So I am going to go store whatever I am using in the appropriate directories. For example, as I said through, there are some directories here that are perhaps more interesting because they store data at the user isn't specifically involved with. And again, we are here. We are talking about the application data directory. Now there is a data that is stored in the hard drive, and there is other places that you may want to look. So if we open up a computer management, so which can be accessed either through on clicking on that desktop or searching on the search button, that which I did. So the program, you can bring up the manage of my computer. So there is a lot of interesting information here. We have got the event viewer like this. There are the Windows logs, and you can see different piece of information that Windows is storing on the behalf of the application. So here is a security log. Also, there is a recently view notes or log summary of the administrator events. Also processes, service and application and service. So there is another set of logs. So we can go through the device manager here. And we can see types of devices that are installed and may also be useful and local. And users and groups are also here in the computer management. So in addition to all of this, you want to look at something like the task manager. So in the opening up, task manager will bring up the information about the application that are being run as well as processes. Now processes are different from the application because in the processes that belongs to a service and not what you do normally consider applications. So there are all the processes that are running on the system. You can see information about the different processes that are running, which may sometimes indicate that service or program that are running that if you didn't know about, or maybe you didn't want running, so you can just look up the process tab and just end the task with using this. So that's just a brief overview of the different places that you may look up for information about the Windows operating system as you going through a forensic examination. So now we are going to be talking about the other operating system like Linux. Now Linux comes from a long and sometimes complicated history of originating with an operating system that was called Unix. So Unix goes back into the late 60s, and there is a kind of bumpy road from where Unix started at AT&T Bell Labs and where Linux was created in the early 90s, and certainly what Linux is today. So that's why we called it a Unix like. And there are a number of Unix like operating system like Solaris and the various types of BSD, NetBSD and FreeBSD and OpenBSD. So there are a lot of different Unix like operating system, and most of the Unix like operating system have things like they have in common. So in terms of the way the files are, the layout of the system, like in home you can have like documents, download music, pictures, likes. This is like a similar of the what we have in documents in Windows. So the thing about Linux is a Unix like operating system is that there are number of different user interface that you may see, whether it is GNOME, whether it is KDE, or whether it is XFCE, or whether it is OpenStep, or one of the number of the types the interface that you may be looking at when you log into the Unix like operating system. So here I've got a Linux system, and I'm looking at a piece of software which is called File Manager, which is built in this Linux system. So pretty typical file manager. So here on the left side you get some of the favorite shortcuts or different things like this. So you can see here the file system is different from what you might normally be used to with Windows. For example, if you are commonly used to Windows, and most people are, you would see a C drive and a unit or limit which don't have a Unix or Linux, which don't have a letters like C, D, E, F, which has on Windows. And you have partition or you have directories. So there are the really one directory and everything kind of slots underneath it. And right here we are the root directory, and you can see a pretty every much in the Unix like structure here. So there have been, and there is a boot, and which is really a Linux sort of thing, and there is a opt, there is etc, there is root, there is system temporary. So and we have got the temporary directory, which is where the virtual memory is stored. So if Linux need to swap memory out from the real memory out of the disk, it would be put into the temp directory. So you can see here pretty common file manager. The thing what's going to new for the people is, if they are not used to operating system like Unix or Linux, is the way they all kind of pulled together. So there are also some kind of things like this is the task manager like Windows also have. There is also processes, and this is memory and CPU utilization also. This is kind of similar. to the Windows, and this is the command prompt like all Windows have, and this is all built in the Linux, and browser or trash all similar as the Windows. Now finally will be some brief talk about the Mac OS operating system, as I don't have any Mac operating system, so I will go through the basic overview of this Mac OS through the Google. Now Macintosh has been around since the early 90s, and around 1984, and for a long time the operating system was reasonably stable up until the late 1990s or early 200s, when the next operating system was next system and merge in with the Macintosh operating system, and now we have a kind of hybrid of what Mac OS used to be, along with a Unix-like operating system underneath. So it's a version of BSD with a mock kernel underneath the Mac OS, basically graphical interface. So now we have the user page which has been Macintosh or is Mac OS, and there is some sort of things that you may not normally be able to see unless you know where they are and digging on them. So first of all, this is the basic interface of Macintosh. So this is the way the user of Macintosh typically go and look for the files, and you can see it's a kind of typical, and there is a side line over here in the left side where there are favorite, and there is a share, and there is some device of the main Windows that shows you the contents of whatever piece or whatever in over here in the left side, as you can see in the picture. So under favorites, it's all really oriented toward the user. So you will have like documents, desktop, share or downloads, movies, music, pictures, and that's really all oriented toward the individual user. So what you want to do is go a little bit higher up, and you can go to the computer, and here is a primary hard drive that you can see here, and this is an application that have under the favorites, and there is a library directory where application support, and application support is useful directory because this is where all the application store data and that's specific to them. So that's the user directory and system directory with a library. So that's the brief introduction of the Mac OS operating system. So I cannot go to the details because I don't have any Mac OS. So that's it for the Windows, Mac and Linux operating system. So in this lesson we are going to be talking about the image formats. So what I am about talking is specifically in this way of data from a hard drive or a normal hard disk. So partition is used in a way that can be analyzed later on. Now there are several ways to acquire a disk image. Now there is a couple of different ways of storing that disk image. So once you have acquired that data or in the process of acquiring data, there are different ways that you can store that data, and it can be used without actually having to use the hard drive. So one of the really important ways to storing that is advanced forensic format. Now the advanced forensic format not only stores the data from the hard drive but also stores some forensic metadata along with it, and it is advanced forensic format which is supported most of the primary forensic tools that you will be run across, like Slothkit or the famous or known forensic tool which is FTK. So they support the AF image format, and one of the big forensic software toolkit is called InCase that we previously described and showed how it works. So In this case, it has an image format, and another image format that I want to show you is like a raw image. Now here image is a bit copy, and it's either a drive or a particular partition, so it store a bit by bit. So exactly the way it is on a physical media, but it is stored in a file. So for example, I have got this raw image file here, as you can see, and it actually run on entire hard drive on XP system. So you can see it's a little bit over for 5 gigabytes. Now if I look here, that what actually going on is I'm using a Linux tool file, and which is going to tell me it's an x86 boot sector, and it's a Microsoft Windows XP master boot record. So according to the file, the xp.row is actually a hard drive. Now just to make it even more clear, let's take a look at live app disk. This is a file. So remember, in actually run it against the file, and if disk open that file up, it can print the partition table, and also you can see there are actually two partition there, and it shows the start and end of the blocks. And so there are two partition of the particular file. So clearly that we have got here is an entire drive rather than a single partition, and actually the file comments that we looked is a little bit earlier, just up above that, because it says it goes Microsoft Windows XP master boot record, and that there is actually boot record sector here. So again we have got this image format, that again a bit by bit copy of whatever it is you are storing, and that can include the boot sector. Now the master boot sector, of course, that would include the partition table. You can get all the data of the partition, and that would all stored in just a raw format, and exactly the way it is. The drive, there is no alteration of it, there is no externation information, it's just the raw image format, and this raw image format is supported by the various forensic tools that we will talk in this lecture at the end, like FTK and Pro Discover that we talked previously, as well as loose kit, and most other forensic tools that you may run across is going to support this raw image, because this is just a very basic way to storing data from a hard drives and partitions. Now we will be talking about the image acquisition under the Linux. So when you acquire an image, what we are looking to do is whether you either acquire the entire hard drive, so all of the data of a hard drive, or we are looking at maybe just to get one partition under Linux. So we have got an advantage of having a built-in tool that allow us to do the image capture, and that builder tool is called DD in Linux. So as you can see, I already typed and screenshot all of that previously, so that I can explain what it does. So firstly, I am going to use the DD here in order to capture the data from a USB stick. So it's plugged in a system that I am on, and what DD is doing is that it's getting a bit by bit image of this USB stick. So every bit there is an wire we are going to be writing out the bit file in here, and I am calling a stick.dd. Now the output of DD is actually what we would consider a raw format, because we haven't done anything to it. It's not in any other form than exactly the way it is stored in a hard drive. Now what I am doing is I am actually capturing the partition, so I captured the one partition that's actually on here. I am not capturing the whole drive itself, so I am getting one partitions worth of data. The DD is going to get this a bit cookie. So the downside is once I am done, I am actually going to have to go generate a hash of the data, so that I have got some way of verifying that the data I got is actually what was on the original source. Now this is going to take a while, so let me show you an additional tool. You can see we copied 2.7 gigabytes here. So it could actually take a look at this, and it says it's a ext3 file system and it needs a journal recovery. Interestingly though, so you can see we actually captured the data that was there, and I'm going to place that doing a bit copy just like DT does. When I get all the data written out, I'm going to generate a MD5 hash value of that. So I'm going to place that MD5 hash in this file system called md5.md5. Now there are additional tools that you need to get that will do these image captures. There is one, for example, like Cyclone, and it's a bit more of a user interface driven way that it can capture the tool DD and DCFL DD works, and which works really as they said. And DD comes with Linux, so just built in, so it actually there. And yeah, you have to go to do the MD5 or the shop on hash in addition to just capturing the data using DD, but it doesn't take a much more effort in order to do that. So now actually done capturing the data. You can see there you have like thousands of blocks written out. Now you can see that in the record match that our record, so we didn't have any problem with capturing data and being able to write it exactly the same way. So now I should be able to characteristic that MD5, and now I have got that MD5 hash value from the file that we created on the whole stick.dd. Now if I do a file on a whole stick dot, I should get some sort of master boot record indication. So yeah, I've got a boot sector here. You can see all the data around what boot record looks like, or that boot sector looks like that we have got 8 sector per cluster and 238 reserved sectors. So you can see it looks like there is a 255 heads, although that's not really accurate because again this is a USB stick. It doesn't actually have heads, or at least not heads in a way that spinning platters have heads. So while there are the tools that are available under Linux to be able to capture data DD and DCFL DD, and which works really well, and as we have gone over the DCFL DD, which is just a DD with some additional capability specifically around the use for forensic purpose. So again I can create this MT5 or one hash just as a part of a whole process of capturing the image. So this is all about the image acquisition under Linux. So now we will be talking about image acquisition under the Windows. So we are going to do an image acquisition. So what we are doing is we are going to trying to acquiring all the data on either on a hard drive or a particular partition of a hard drive. So sometimes you may have something like USB stick or a SD card or some type of other external tool, but ultimately you are trying to do is trying to acquire all the data of, so whether that storage device happens to be, and ideally you would be generating some sort of hash value from that data, so you can verify and its integrity and authenticity later on. So now that I've got here a utility is called access data FTK imager, and you can use a FTK imager to create the disk image. So in this case I want to use a physical drive, and so first have to do the create image and select the physical drive, then click next, then use the physical USB device, as mine is this one. Now we click finish. Now you have to add an image description like add, and you have to select the destination image type, like you have to select the raw.dd. So you have to click next. We have to use the case number, evidence number, unique description, like as an example USB, and examiner, like example my name. Now next, now we have to use a destination folder. You can use any destination folder, like I'm gonna use this documents. Now image file name like USB. Now we can do finish. Now you have to verify image after they are created. You have to click this. Now USB hard drive, creating a file on my hard drive. There's a bit by bit waiting of. So as you can see, so all the data that's on USB stick is going to be arranged in this file. That's the process. So I'm not gonna complete this. So I'm gonna do cancel, and I'm gonna explain what it does. So exactly what I show, I'm just not going to just get the collection of the files. I'm also going to getting all the slack spaces, and I'm going to be getting all the empty spaces. So I am going to be getting all the file tables and everything that's on the hard drive exactly the way it is, a bit by bit. So it's going to be stored in this file that I've created called USB stick. Now I'm using access data FTK imager, and what I could do is I could actually log into this case for FTK, and I could create a piece of evidence. Now the other tools that we have looked at, or we'll be looking at the additional lesson that have a similar image capabilities. I could actually acquire images using ProDiscover or Encase. They all have the ability to acquire evidences from the external hard drive, and that's the one of their core function is to be able to do the evidence acquisition. Now I use FTK imagery here is a part because it is really solely dedicated to just doing this image, which doesn't make it any better. It's just this in this only way, and which is it does, and not distracted the other capability that we have in these other tools. So what really looking into here is we are looking just to doing a capture of this one particular file. Now this is going to be a char for a while. If I wanted to continue that, it will take a long time. So as you guess, I have to have this 32 gigabyte file sitting on my hard drive while I go along on this data. As I mentioned earlier, I have got all the data from a USB stick sitting on my hard drive in a raw image file format, and I have looked at this raw image file format because where it look exactly like a physical hard drive. So under Linux, for example, I have shown you in other lessons so how to use the file command and what it actually brings up, something that says boot sector. So it looks exactly like a hard drive would look. So again, I'm going to have all the data once I am done that lives on that hard drive, every little by little, of including deleting files, including overwritten spaces or spaces where file used to be. So I'm going to have every little bit from the USB stick sitting in this file once I'm done, and things I can use that file on a work form to investigate the evidence, and I'm no longer working from the original source material. I now have this piece of evidence that I can look at, investigate it without touching the original source material, just in case I ever need to go back to it and require it again. So if for one reason or another I have done something to this piece of evidence that I have got here that I would have created by using, as I say on example, created this image. So that's one of the advantages of creating these images is, and I've got something to work from where I'm not worried about whether I'm going to destroy the evidence or not. So this is all about image acquisition under Windows using FTK Imager. So in this lesson we are going to be talking about volatile system information. As you are doing an investigation, sometimes you will run across a system that actually up and running and is actively uses information on that system that you may actually want to capture before shutting it down, because when you shut it down all the information goes away and that's volatile system information or just volatile information. So I'm going to just show you some of the different tools to look, and some of these came with the information that volatile things like logon session. So this is the logon sessions. So this is the logging session that are in the particular system right now, and there are all the users and processes that are logged on currently, and there have like username and different services and the logon type, so and the SID, the session, the logon time, all sorts of information about the different logons or users or services. This information goes away when you shut the system down, and obviously because those processes are no longer logged in and it's not actually stored anyway unless you have some extensive logging turned on, and which case you may be able to find it through the logs. You cannot always guarantee that the log information is going to have things like whether something is actually logged on a given point, or whatever the application may have crashed and no longer been logged on. So the logon session is one of those volatile information that you want to look at the users and the service that are logged in and at any given point. Now another things you want to look at is the processes. So I want to see the processes that are running. Okay. So I want to see the processes that are running at any given time on this information that I have given access to it. So right now we have got to look at all the processes that are currently running, not only the processes themselves but all the threads as well, and I can get a lot of information about these processes. I can break up to the any processes property like any services properties, and here it will show me the strings, it will, and that's the part of his job. So there are all the ASCII strings or the human readable strings that are stored in these processes memory table, and the top one here probably aren't actually strings, they just look like strings because they have got so they are actually identified because they have got asking characters and they are null terminates, so they just look like strings, although they probably aren't. If we scroll down all the way and down through, you will see some of the things that are the human readable like NVIDIA processes, Chrome processes, or WhatsApp, and those things are human readable and real strings that are found. And since that I have got here is a Postgres database application or program processes, what I may be able to find here is that database either being stored or retrieved as a part of the database service. So that's memory is virtual memory or system memory that is being used by a process, and we can get through this utility called Process Explorer. By the way, the tools that I am using so far and will continue to use here are from the Windows, the internal team at Microsoft, and you can see in the title bar the systeminternals.com. You can go there and you can download all the processes and all the system applications to test it out. So So there are a lot of useful tools looking at the system information. So that was the process explorer. Now I can bring up the process monitor. As you can see, a more detailed version, look at what process is doing. So right here all the system calls that are being processes are engaged in, and you can see the success or failure. As you can see here, success not found, success not found. These are the processes that are engaged in. So I can do thing is like I can go to the stack of any, so like this stack and processes or stack, which I can have some information in it, which may have actual string data, and there is actually nothing in here, but you may be able to find information about, for example, a web page that a particular application is going to. So I can look up all sorts of information right here, and that I have got properties, and I can bring up the processes, and you can see all the DLLs that are involved in this particular, as you can see DLL that are involved in this particular processes. So you can see what's going on here, and on this other dep we have got snack, that's also available as well. So through these event properties, and you can see here I can actually do a save, any save. So I could say when I see in the sec into a comma separated value file, and I would have that permanently regardless of whether the application closed in all of this was gone. This is how I could store that information. So that's the process monitor. Now I may also want to look at a virtual memory, and there is another tool here. So let's look at down, and I scroll down at VM map. So the now VM map will show me all of the virtual memory that's associated with a particular process. So I can scroll down through the process table. So pick one, let's pick Chrome. So we can take a look at that, and now I am looking at a Chrome. Now I can select the heap here. So which could be dynamic memory, so that's stored in the heap. So any dynamic memory would be located in the heap. I can also look at the stack that I can see, like that was heap and that is stack. So any dynamic memory would be located in the heap, and the stack that I can view strings from the stack, and you can see all of this here. Now we have got a page that has visited this particular instance of Chrome, and so there is another one here is also visited another website. As you can see here, there is many thread. So basically for this particular application, they are associated with the virtual memory or all of the memory. So with the VM map, I can actually look up the individual processes, and I can look up to the memory that attached to it right here. I have got the image portion of the memory, which is really the executable code. That would be the image, and I have got a number of the other section here in private data, which would be things like specifically by this application. As you can see, there is actually no printable string and private data, and also get to the page table, which is memory, and this has been written out of the disk and has been paged out of the disk, and I cannot actually see the strings here because there aren't any. So there's the virtual memory and the virtual memory map, and I can also take a look of the network utilization. So let me go and find the TCP map, TCP view. So this is also volatile system information. I want to be able to see all the network socket that are open or on the network communications that are open between my system and the other system. And as you can see here, there are number of communications that are open, and honestly this is more of or less like a netstate, which is a command line utility, and netstate exists in both Windows and Linux. So this is just like a netstate. The difference is that this is graphical, so I could go do things like recognize it easily. I can also sort on ports and addresses. So if I sorted on remote address, at that moment I am not actually don't appear to be connected to any other than myself. So all of those, there are some services that appear to be listening. So right now this is the list of the processes. That is also something that a little bit harder to get with a netstate. So with netstate is not only on the process but the thread as well, and you can see there is a couple of different threads with the same PID and two different protocols. And so I have got this server host listening to TCP and TCP version v6. So IPv6 and IPv4, as you can see, that is listening here on the EP map local port. So I have not only got all my listeners here, but I have also got the processes. So on the left hand side of the table, so that's associated with the particular listen, and I can bring up properly processes. And if I could end a process, if I saw some communication that was going on in this TCP view, I could kill the process by just clicking this, or check the process properties or close connection or any of it by using the right click button. So live system are definitely things that you may run across from time to time. So there is information that you probably want to look at see before you actually shut the system down. And as I said, the thesis internal tools can be really good or doing that. And if you can keep these on a flash drive by carrying them around with you, you can get access to them and ensure that they are not corrupted by saying what's going on the system, because you have got clean copies of your USB stick. So if you don't happen to have a quick access to forensic toolkit that can easily grab this information, and you don't have anything that's portable in that sense, there is something you can use. Just have a USB stick with these internal tools, and then you can get some good forensic information from the system with these tools. So talking about data recovery, so let me use a data recovery tool. Okay, let me first install this. So why would we be talking about data recovery? So there are a few reasons why a forensic examiner or investigator may want to talk about the data recovery. So the first is, it's possible that there may have been an attempt to destroy a piece of evidence, say hard drive or at least the data on it. So you would need to understand the basic data recovery techniques in order to recover the data, so that you could present it as a evidence. So some of the simple data recovery techniques may simply be just getting the hard drive repair or a component that hard drive uses to connect the PC. So maybe there was an attempt to destroy the static connection, for example. So the way that you need to data recover the data, as you may need to just do the is little hardware repairs or have those hardware repair done so that you can get access to the hard drive again. Now there are some of the other things that perhaps the data was destroyed, and we talked in other lessons about deleting files, and there is also a possibility that there was attempt to remove the partition thinking that that would destroy the data and of course it doesn't. The data still lives on the hard drive, and there are ways to recover the partition table. Like if I want to recover my E drive or C drive partition, I want to recover some of the files, then I can just quick start scanning, and it will take some time to recover that, but it will obviously give me the recover files. So there is also some handful of tools that are available for different platform to able to recover the data, and we are looking at one right now. It is eSupport Undeleted Plus. So this happens to be the trial version, so I am just going through a simple data recovery scan on this particular system. So as you can see, there are a number of, as you can see in the feature, it will take some time, but it will recover most of the files that are on my C drive and undeleted. So any number of the file deleted folder or files could be recovered using this technique. Now this is just done by a search of the deleted folders and files. There are certainly other tools are available in cases where maybe the media has been damaged or peers are damaged, so where the partition table and the file table has been destroyed. So here a utility that runs under the Macintosh system or Mac OS, and this is called the Disk Warrior. So what Disk Warrior is capable of doing is it's capable of actually rebuilding the directories. So it's capable of looking at damaged directories and rebuilding them. So that's all the files that may have been lost and now recovered, and it can now also go through and look for the files and folders that may have been damaged or have a problem. So it can go through and look for those. So it's also capable of repairing disk permission, which sometimes cause problems with the file access or just making the file. So what you expected or you want to do is, there are some mentioned earlier, sometimes you will, okay, let me talk about this. As you can see, it recovers many items. As you can see, many items in separated item and separated, like archives, document, music and audios, photos and images. I can see hundreds of files. So this way you can just recover any of the files using this. As you can see, it's a trial version. So I cannot actually run any of these tools again my primary hard drive, because my primary hard drive is currently in use. So these tools like the Warrior one just I was mentioning, it is a pretty good for rebuilding the structure in the file system in cases where there may be data corruption or there may be issues of data loss. So sometimes you have a bad sectors on a hard drive or between the hard drive and operating system. They aren't a great at detecting. So the bad sectors until they have been used. So sometimes you will get some corruption and you will need to have a tool that will able to recreate the data for you. So now we will be talking about disk management. So we are going to talking about the disk driver or hard drive driver or different types of what we call hard drivers. So although less and less became a traditional hard drive, so hard drives have been around for PC world anyway since 1980s, and originally they were very small. So in order to get to the megabytes, so maybe 10 megabytes, 5 megabytes. Now of course we are talking about terabytes hard drive, and so we are several order of magnitude higher than we were 25 or 30 years ago. So when it was 30 years ago, there have been a lot of different types of hard drives, and certainly interfaces. More specifically, there have been many different interfaces to the hard drive. So we have got IDE, the parallel there is a parallel, and they have allowed for access to longer hard drive and a faster way. So throughout this has certainly increased over the period of the time, but primarily what we have been talking about here with hard drive is we have got spinning pattern that store data in a magnetic format, and you have got heads like that magnetic platter will be able to write and read data from the magnetic platter. So we have got this mechanical hard drives that we have had for decades now. So you can actually take a look at here and the different hard drives that are installed on this particular operating system. So as you can see, I have two hard drives. One is HDD hard drives and another one is USB stick, and another this one is SSD solid state drive, and on all three is the disk hard drives. So we have got a pretty wide range of interfaces for those hard drives, and as well as for the long time they were this spinning pattern with read and write heads. Now what I have been moving in recent years have been doing closer to this drive. Right here is actually a USB stick. It is memory rather than actual spinning platter. So there are some silicon in there that allow data to be stored and kept in a non-volatile way. As they said, we have been moved closer towards things like that. We have things of the solid state like this. Now you might hear they call the SSDs. Now that's because they are solid state. The reason they are solid state is that they don't have a spinning platter and in this flash memory. So not only they can speed up the interface time, it can get rid of the moving parts that could actually be caused an outrage from failure. Now we do have some additional risk with the SSDs or flash drivers, because over the time it actually wears out. So after using years or years, SSD will wear out certainly by little and lose their ability to store the information, but we are improving those capabilities over the time and fixing some of those problems. So that's all about the hard drives. So in this lecture we are going to be talking about the OSI reference model. Now the OSI reference model isn't specifically useful for forensic investigator necessarily, although it's a good background information to have or good fundamental information to have, because you end up building on what's in the OSI reference model. As we are going through, particularly when we start talking about some of the network issues, understanding the OSI reference model sometimes helps you understand better what's happening with the network communication. And it also provides you a bit of shorthand with talking about the specific piece of the network transmission and different network protocols. Now there is a couple of different models that you would typically talk about when you are discussing network protocols and network behavior. I am going to just take a quick look of the TCP IP models, and we are going to be talking to the OSI model, and then again that's primary because the OSI model is really the one that often used in the discussion. So although the TCP or IP model is used sometime as well, now in the TCP or IP model we have the network access layer on the bottom of the stack, and these are called stacks, and you will often hear people talk about the protocol stacks. So these are the stacks, and the reason is because the different layer stack on top of the each other. So the very bottom of the TCP/IP model, which is on the right hand side, we have got the network layer, access layer above. So this is the internet layer, then the transport layer, and finally the very top of the application layer is the OSI model. and we have got the physical layer, and we have got the data link layer above, and above that we have got the network layer and the transport session, presentation and application. And to the right hand side of the name of the different layer, you will see the examples of the particle layer. So the physical layer, something that would be at the physical layer, for example Ethernet or token ring, those are the protocols. Although a hub or repeater or a network interface card, for example, there would be considered something at the physical layer, at the data link layer. Again, we are talking about Ethernet. So a different component of the Ethernet, we are also talking about the ATM and switches and bridge, which also exist in the data link layer. So in other words, they up the rate at layer 2 at the network layer or layer 3. So we have got IP, ICMA or IPX, and a router is something that would operate at layer 3. So when the transport layer or layer 4, we have got TCP or UDP or SPX, and the concept of port frankly is at layer 4 as well. So there are no ports in the IP and there are no ports in ICMP ports. To something you get with TCP or and UDP. So for example, a web server will listen on port 80 and that would be TCP. So port 80 and that port would be something that would be operating at layer 4 above, and that we have got session which is Apple talk and Unchok, for example the presentation layer which is layer 6. So we have got image file and video files here. So JPEG and GIFs and others are finally at the application layer at layer 7. So we have got things like HTTP or FTP or SMTP. The application protocols are in the application layer. Now there are just a couple of difference between the model and the TCP or IP model. We have got the network access layer, and that's really the same as the physical or data link layer from the OSI model. So I'm going to talk about it, and it is the data link and the physical layer at the bottom of the OSI model that really maps to the network access layer. And network access layer on the TCP or IP model, the application layer from the TCP or IP model encompasses. So the session, presentation and the application layer from the OSI model, and you can see on the TCP or IP model on the right side there is the application layer that encompasses all the function of the 3 layer of the top of the OSI model, which are session, presentation in application. So really the two stack model is the same behavior. So they just model it in a different ways to or they take all the same behaviors and function into account. So they just break them up into a couple of different layers. So you will often hear people talk about when they having network conversation, they may be talking about something that happens layer 2 or and a layer 2 is a problem is something that would related to, for example, using a switch. So if you are talking about a switch and you hear somebody talk about layer 2, you know that they talk about the data link layer. Or if you are talking about a router problem and they say, well, there's a layer 3 thing, so there is a talking about the network layer. So really that's why we talk about the OSI model, not only in terms of understanding the different function and how they interact with one another, but also this is kind of a shorthand. So if you know what kind of which set is functionality we are talking about. So you talk about the different layer in the OSI model. So TCP or IP is a 4 layer model and OSI is a 7 layer. So mostly when you hear people talk about the different layers on a network stack, they start talking about protocols and how they have broken apart and they refer to a different layer. So they are really referring to the OSI model and the way they primarily be on, for example, would be layer 7 in the application layer, and the OSI model is the only model that have the 7 layers. So if you start hearing somebody talk about a layer 7 thing, then that's definitely the OSI model, because the TCP or IP model doesn't have a 7 layer. Ultimately a lot of a lower level are the same, so there's not a lot of differences, and you won't really hear a lot of people talk about the layer 5 and layer 6. So the application layer for most purposes would be discussed in kind of the same way. So it's really when you start talking about layer 2 in the OSI model, which would really map to layer 1 in the TCP model, and then everything in the TCP model kind of maps down a layer when we are talking about the network layer or the internet layer. So in the TCP or IP model, that would be layer 2, 3, but it really the layer 3, so it is on the other model in the OSI. So again, they really talk about the same sets of functionality, and they have just broken them into different ways. And most of the time when you hear people talk about the layers, they are talking about the OSI model, which is the reason why I go into this, because going to be talking about the networking and subsequent lessons, and if I start referring to a different layer and referring to the layers in the OSI model, that's all is the different layers and referring to the layers in the OSI model. So now we'll be talking about TCP IP or TCP IP in a suite of protocol designed to allow the communication over a network. Even though there is only 2 protocols that are sort of listed in the name, we talk about TCP and IP. That's primarily because TCP is the protocol that you are going to be using most of the time when you are using or doing the communication over the internet or over a network, and IP, which is a foundation protocol that most everything rides over. So TCP is actually a connection oriented protocol, and the reason we call it a connection oriented protocol is because TCP goes through the process called a three-way handshake, and which is establishing a connection on the other side in order to ensure reliability. So I have opened up a software called Wireshark, and I have done a couple of packet capture, and we can actually see the TCP headers, as you can see here. And so I drag this up, and you can see, because I drag this up because you can see a little bit more information. So with TCP we have got a source port like this. Source port is 52285 and the destination port is 52286, and then we have got some other information like sequences number or acknowledgement number raw, and there is also window side value. Now all of this has to do is ensuring that communication not only get from the one point to the other point reliably, but they also arrive in the correct order. So the sequence number helps to ensure that packets gets put back together in the correct order. So there is some sort of out of order sequence problem where things would end up not looking right when you receive them. So you don't want to receive an online, for example, when the second paragraph arrives first and the first paragraph is really at the bottom. Just an example, these wouldn't make a lot of sense, and so why you use things like sequences number with TCP, and now TCPS got a series of flags that you can see in the flag section on the scene flag or fin flag, and these are all around doing the connection setup in the connection teardown. So the three-way handshake, which is a 3 message setup of a communication, is there to ensure that if a party A is talking to a party B, that the whole party B is there and also party A is there as well. So who they say and they are prevent things like spoofing. So somebody sending a message to party B pretending to be a party A and not actually being a, this three-way handshake prevents or helps to prevent that situation. So we can make sure that the two ends are actually there. So they are ready to receive the send messages and they are effectively who they say they are. So that's just a kind of brief overview of TCP IP, and you know a couple of protocols that you would run across when you are doing the network investigations. So hello, in this lesson we're going to be talking about the alternate data streams. Now alternate data streams are another place in the file system where you can store data and that attached to a primary data stream. The alternate data stream actually doesn't show up in the same way. So now there is a number of reasons for doing that, and the primary reason historically has been to store resources. So in 1993 when Windows was created and created the NT file system, what happened was they needed to support the resources, things like icons and example, because Apple's store icon in the resource file in the file system. So what ended up happening was Microsoft needed to support this idea of resources folks to things like icons and some other types of resource information. So they created these alternate data streams. Now it's something 20 years later we are still doing the alternate data streams. We don't really have the same need to support the Apple file system that we need to. So let me just show you what how we are about to doing this, and I also wrote all the code, so I'll just explain what it does. So the first thing is to create a sample file. So when you first create a sample file, it will be a 0-byte file. So as you can see, there is a one sample file.txt. So the reason because dir by default doesn't recognize the alternate data streams, and it certainly doesn't take the alternate data stream into consideration when it's calculating the size of a particular file. Now in Windows, Microsoft added the /r, as you can see in this here, /r switch. So I can do the simple sample.txt. so here, and now you can see there is a alternate data streams there are, and it's and 32 bytes. So although the summary at the end it shows on file of 12 bytes, so how am I going to access to this? So well, normally I would do the simple sample.txt like this and type in the when the file came out of the screen. So you can see that there, if they do through the hidden.txt, again there will be error. So I have to do something a little bit different. So and I'm going to use the utility called more. As you can see, so what would be the show a page and text at the same time? So if I wanted to do a more of a file, I would do just, for example, I can redirect the file into more, and you can see that it's showing the text of an alternate data stream. Now we will notice that I am using the command line utilities or command line tools. So far doesn't disappear entirely. So I have actually got one of here, so I can use, and that's graphical notepad, actually which notepad supports the alternate data stream file name syntax or file name notation. So I can open up notepad, you can see some text is hidden. So I have opened it inside the notepad. So now why is forensic investigator and forensic examinees particularly care about alternate data streams? Because they are a great place to hide information, and even more than that, antivirus program that always check alternate data streams to find information or find virus specifically. So I need to be able to check myself, and of course I could go around or do dir/r.sample.txt. So if you go there, you can see the volume number of the C drive also in the serial number. So the streams also give me the ability to show you the mini as here. So what do we really care about that necessarily? So well, something else I can do here is I can take this stream, as you can see, stream.executable file here, and I can redirect it into the sample.txt here. So if I redirect that file, you can see the system cannot find the specific file. So there seems to be a problem, right? So I have got this executable here that I cannot see, that could be the storing there for use later. Well, there's some good news here. So normally how would you run a program? You would just do a sample.txt :stream.exe, and that gives me error, as you can see here. Well, I happen to know that there is a utility called start, so this will allow me to launch things. So let's try and give it a full path, and that's the problem. I get another error in here. The reason that Microsoft has recognized that there is not really a good legitimate reason for launching executable out of the alternate data streams, and they recognize the fact that malware creators are storing or have been storing their viruses and worms and any types of malware in this alternate data streams, so they can avoid directions from antivirus software and also not be seeing any user, because again Windows Explorer in directory by default don't actually show these alternate data streams. So what did Microsoft prevent the execution of a program or executable from a alternate data streams? In order to execute this, you would actually have to pull the streams out of the alternate data stream into its own file as a primary data stream and get access to it that way to launch the directory from the primary data stream, at which point it may get recognized by the antivirus software and maybe it get caught by that way. So again, even in the latest Windows 11, Microsoft has prevented the direct execution of a program or executable from an alternate data stream, but you can see there is a lot of potential for a strong other files. So in this alternate data stream, they may not get detected through a normal tools or utilities, or just users are looking around of the file system. So there's alternate data stream and some of their uses, and how would you go about creating and potentially defecting them. So now we'll be talking about the deleting files. So if we just delete all of this file, now we call them deleted, but even though they are deleted doesn't necessarily mean they are not on the hard drives, and there is a couple of reasons for this. The first thing is that just because I deleted something doesn't mean that immediately gets wiped off. The disk is already an interim state that it goes, and you probably all familiar with it, but let me just show you here. So I deleted from this directory. Then what I can do is I can go over here from the recycle bin, and I deleted from this here also. So then there is a folder I deleted. So what it did was it moved it over to the recycle bin, and there is a reason for that. And the reason, a lot of time people accidentally delete files, and because of a recycle bin they can just quickly undo the mistake and restore them later. So this is a pretty good. You change your mind and you want to be able to go back to it. If you use recycle bin like that, you can just restore it instantly. So I can just reset, like if I delete this, I can just reset by restoring this. As you can see, it came back. Whether it's Mac OS or whether it's Windows or even Linux, and they have a concept of recycle bin or a trash can or a trash bin, or something along those lines, where files get moved to a temporary rather than just flat out deleting them in the hard drive. Now the thing about it is, even though we are emptied the recycle bin, that doesn't mean the files are actually gone that I deleted. So I'm going to bring up this utility like called eSupport undeleted plus. So you actually go and find them and may be able to restore them using this software or particular utility which will be able to define, and it even does a job of categorize the system that you want. As you can see, it has every photos, image, music, documents and archives. Every category they restored it. So if you had the, for example, this particular utility and a license copy of it, then you would be able to restore those files even though they are gone. Unquoted, even deleted. So that's on Windows side. So there is a somehow you can do it also Linux side as well. So if we go to the Linux, so I've actually got some on drive, so sitting here. So I've got some bunch of data sitting out there. So if I actually take a look at it in a particular way, I can see that on the left side there is associated with a particular file. So once I get to it, it normally can be found whether it actually is here or not. So if I were to delete it in a single file, because I don't see the blocks on the drive, whether the data is actually stored, then there should be some fields or the points or fields of the drive whether it actually stored. So as I said, something is difficult to bring those files back, because you need to know where the data actually on the hard drive in order to able to pull it back. So there are some utilities like, for example, ext undelete, and you can also try it again on a Linux file system, but again sometimes it will work and sometimes it won't work. And so it has to do whether you got a ext2 or ext3 file system or an ext3 versus an ext4. And the way the ext3 file system work is actually zero out your section of the inodes when the files is deleted, and it makes it harder to actually go and pull that data back because it actually zeroed out. So undelete doesn't always works under the Linux system, although if you go searching around, you may find some basically tips or receipts or used to use this, and you will be able to get your file back. Like I said, sometimes that will work or sometimes that won't work. what does work under Linux is that you got a recycle bin, whether you are GUI or somebody hasn't emptied the recycle bin, you can certainly go into the recycle bin and find those files. As I said earlier, some things is true with Windows, with Macs and other or Linux or like operating system with a desktop environment that includes a recycle bin or trash bin. So if somebody has emptied those files, and then there will be found those into the recycle bin and you can restore them. So the last topic we'll be talking about is computer management, like disk management. So if you can see here, so as you can see, I have only two hard drives like C and D, but as you can see here, there is another couple of hard disks like disk 1 partition 1, disk 1 partition 4. Like these are the two are the hidden partition. So they are here for the uses of as for other necessary partition item. Like the only two things are shown here are these two main disk items are, and other two are like these two also contain the data like 100 MB and 690 MB for the other purposes for recovery partition, so that you can recover those files into the that you deleted for this in these two partition. Like you can see recovery partition, and from this here the EFI partition. For these two, this uses those partition from for these two drives. In this lesson, we are going to go over the internet files, and primarily what we are talking about here is we are talking about the cache and cookie storage from the web browser, and what I am going to focus on here is the Internet Explorer and different operating system and different browsers will have different places where they store information, but the concept are really the same. So when the concept is that we are looking for cache of the data that browsers have downloaded to a temporary storage, so that it can be used again later on without actually having to go back out of the network, or there are cookies, and we will get into what cookies are and what they are useful in a little bit. So, and of course there is a history as well. So now you will don't actually have to launch the browser to see any of the information. What I am going to do here is just using the file explorer. So in the file explorer I am going to use the directory on a Windows 11 and earlier system like Windows 7, 10 or 8 Windows access to the user. Now you have to go to access to the user, then administrator of your user or your username, then you have to go app data, then local, then Microsoft or no, then temporary. Okay, see. So, but before that you have to obviously open the some certain kind of options in, like you have to click this. In default you will be clicked into this don't show hidden files folder or drivers, so you have to click onto this show hidden files folder and drivers, and obviously must you have to uncheck this hide extension file and files, hide folder merge config, and must hide protected operating system files. So if you don't do that, you are not gonna see some of these files and directories, because as you can see most of them are hidden. Because now if you only click this or uncheck this, you can then open and go into these directories. So here is all of the cache that has been stored for callback later. On a lot of these would be larger files and images into this that would want to store on the purpose of being able to bring them back and up quickly. So let's take a look at this one and see if we can bring it up and going to bring to this. So as you can see, there's a lots of text document and also files or also temporary files and also PEM files, and there is also some JavaScript files. It's possible that these JavaScript files could contain malicious commands or programming constructs that would cause damage to your system, and if it did, the programmer wasn't be able to actually cover its track in some way. So there you may still have these JavaScript files sitting in the cache, and you may still able to go to them and figure out what actually happened if they were still there. So you can see all of these pictures and various other files that are sitting out here in the cache, and there is also a lot of data that we are going to take a look at it as well. So if I go back up here, I can go into the directory here. So as you can see, there is some stored in here, and where you can find all the server or website that somebody had visited on a particular system. So this would all be the history, and again this is for the Internet Explorer. Like I said, different browsers store their data in different ways. So for example, Firefox uses a SQLite database, so different types of data like cookies and various other things, and that they store in the behalf of the user, or in this case the Internet Explorer and some other browser, it just stored like in this file system, and it's a part of the file system that's normally hidden in the typical user. So now if we go and find cookies, so we can just literally type these to go to the cookies. As you can see in this directory, so you can go to the cookies. It look like there is some stored in the cookie on behalf. Typically it's some of the use of the part of the user. So a cookie would be stored if there are some setting or some other piece of information that you had provided in that server, so that when you went back you wouldn't have provided again. Sometimes it's simply to keep track whether you have been there or not. Or here is a good example of double clicking any of the cookie. You cannot just open it because it's a cookie file that which uses the browser to access this cookie file through the browser, not because that from here you cannot just access this. So a common provider of ads, and it will have a copies in order to keep track of the real number of users that it has. So I am to say that it infected but a number of users that have gotten access to a site, and where there are double click ads that are located. So this is where all the cookies are, and sometimes they are really useful data in here. Although as they said, it's usually obscure in some way that we may be able to take it, some of these, or convert it using the base 64 decoder or something like that. Sometimes it's as simple as doing a base 64 decoder to be able to figure out what the data actually is. If the developer of the website is actually smart, they won't store their cookies or the data in this way, because it is so trivial to get access to it that they will have to obscure or encrypted or stored in a way that it's not easy to just get direct access to that information. even though the data on here is for the most part hidden from the average user, because we have got to go through a bunch of steps and jump through a bunch of hoops in order to get access to this data. So it's still sitting on the file system and nobody will have access to this system and theoretically get access to all the cookies data. And if it's a data that's easily manipulated back into a clever text stream, then we've got some data into at risk. As I said, ideally the developer of the website is storing their data in a way that not just clear the text but to everybody it's obvious. So it may take you a little bit of effort to figure out what actually is stored in there. But again, these cookies can contain really critical information, and sometimes really critical information like for example a username or maybe even a password may be stored in here. So you might actually get some credit card data that is stored in these cookies or addresses or any types of information that you could get a session identifier so that you could get access to the user session on a website that they have actually gone to and accessed. So cookies is also something that you want to get access to and be able to look through. So it will also give you the sense of the little different websites that user may have gone to you if they have old enough. So maybe they don't show up in the history anymore, so they may still have a cookie sitting here depending on what the expiration of the cookie is. So they may still have a cookie sitting here. As you can see, the cookie from a particular website or particular data. So whether that user has been able to go to the website or somebody logged in as that particular user has been able to do and that particular website in the past. So those are the different types of information that a web browser may actually store something on a file system as user go to the website. Again, we have got to the cache and we have got to the history and we have also got to these cookies. So all of them potentially useful information as you're going through a forensic investigation or forensic examination. So now we'll be talking about the metadata and what metadata is and what you can see through the metadata. So let me go to one of my games so that you can get information from its executable files. So if I were to run this, it would do what it's supposed to do, but there is also information about this particular file. So I have got this executable game file, and in this case it's a open executable program. And what this program does is there is some information about the program that you can see a lot of metadata, a metadata of particular file that's available in here. So I know what types of file is based on this file extension. I can also see what the file size is. Even I can see what created and modified and access the time as well as the attributes. So that's all metadata. In some cases you can see the information about previous version or details about like what is the file description or file version or product name, like it's a Game of War, so it's a Game of War name. And also you can see the product version and copyright size, and you can also see the compatibility in this here. So therefore the product name and product version all will be here, and that's all metadata. So it's stored inside the file that describe the file and who owns it and what it does. So let me check up in another file data like a song, like this song. There is a, if I go to the properties and see the details, as you can see there's a lots of metadata in here like title or subtitle or rating or comments, which year it released or who is the artist, and copyright. Lots of data you can see here. what is the bit rate, like bit rate 320 kbps. So different file system shows different metadata. Like another example would be, let's give you a picture like so if I show you one of my picture taken from website phone, then you can see there's another list of metadata in here, like dimension or width or height or the DPI, as you can see 72 DPI, and what color it took the picture, like sRGB. So you can also see what phone it did take the picture, and what aperture size or what shutter speed and ISO and exposure bias. All of this information and metadata can be seen from here, and different file extension have different types of metadata and different description. So it all varies from data to data. So that's all for the metadata. So we'll talk about the next topic in the next lesson. So in this lesson we're going to be talking about the Android forensic. So Android is an operating system that runs on mobile devices from phone to tablets, and there is also a sort of mini tablets like Galaxy or Samsung Tab or any other phones like Google phone or iPhone or Samsung or HTC or any phones or tablet, and is a bit of hybrid between the two devices. Now Android is an operating system that created by Google and is based on Linux, although I say that it was created by Google actually, and it was created by another company that Google bought several years ago. So Android is actually an operating system that based on a Linux operating system. In fact, to the kernel that runs on an Android device is modified Linux kernel. So Android forensics, again we have the same sort of issue that we have on with iPhone or in Symbian devices. So you've got a device that is potentially that making phone calls and has contact information stored on it, and potentially has notes, calendar information. So there is a lot of reason why you may want to be able to get the information into one of those devices and see what's going on. Now as you can see here, I have got a phone connected in this Windows, so which is a Pixel 3 XL from Google. So I have connected to on my Windows system here. So I could actually open this up and going to give me the access of the internal storage, as you can see here. So if I open this up, and as you can see, we have different folders or data in these phones, so which shows up as a second drive, but I'm to go into the internal storage here, and as you can see, all the different folders are available place to store the data. So I have a DSIM folder, which you can see have a lots of pictures and videos, and also have a 100 Android, which is also contains of a different pictures that that was stored in those folders. So DCIM is a pretty indicative of a device that is capable of taking digital images. So when you got an SD card or some other memory card that goes into the digital camera, you are going to see this similar DCIM folder on that memory storage device. So there is a download folder, as you can see here. So then it looks like there is a couple of Android installer files here, like APKs. It's an Android package file for installing piece of software or apps for the device. Now different applications have their own separated folders, like here I have like podcast for podcast information, Snapseed for the apps that edit the pictures, or music for music folder for musics, or this black player folder for different kinds of settings and for that specific app. So in the pictures, as you can see in the pictures, you will see the pictures, and in the ringtones folder you will see the ringtones. So the nice thing about Android here is that all of the folders are pretty clearly labeled what they are. So we have got, as you can see, podcast, movies and music. So nothing is hidden to this obscure naming convention or hidden in the databases. So that's you have to pull apart in order to get the data. Out of everything is really short of stored completely intact here. So now the thing that I don't have is that I cannot see here is that I don't see where contacts are stored, and that's because these would be stored somewhere other than this, and that would be stored on this system partition that you don't actually have access to the directly here. So you need to go to the another program in order to get the access to the call logs and contact data, because they are stored in the different section of the Android file system. There is another portion of the file system where all the system images are kept. So all the codes are actually runs in the store somewhere else. So this is just a user accessible data. So that's stored right here in the internal storage, and if I had an external storage devices that had been slotted in here, that would show up and would have a similar to what we have been seeing here. So some folders that are different application, like we get Snapseed, and we have got Android browser like Android data, and you can see the information of the each application data in here, that in order to get access to the system level data. Now the interesting thing about the Android is that you didn't get with the iPhone is there actually a developer mode on the Android phone itself in the setting menu under the developer option, and you can do things like debug mode, or actually give you the ability to access the different piece of information to do like upload files, so that you can actually root the device or change the operating system firmware to do number of things. So Google is actually provided this developer mode, and not just put it in just a developer release, but put it into all of the releases to give users some additional power. The downtime is this is anybody has ability to things like root the device without a lot of effort, but rooting comes with some of the advantage of course, but unless there is some disadvantages also, because rooting your devices as well as including your device to system malware or other malicious activity. So again, with the Android forensic and investigations, really all you have to do is plug the device in the Windows system like this, and you can access all the information and data from the Android phone itself. So it will pop up like in the file explorer, so you can start digging through the user data, and probably also you need a piece of software in order to access to the data. So now we're going to be talking about Symbian forensics. Now that Symbian OS is actually an operating system that designed for mobile devices, and it used to work before Android were totally released. So it used to be the mainstream of the OS couple or 10 or 15 years ago, 10 or a year ago I guess. So mobile devices found things like more like PDAs of the platform, including things that are pre-based as well as things are keyboard based. So we have got a different version of the Symbians, and you can see where there is a version of the Symbians called Epoch or like Qt, Symbian C++, and also versions like Symbian 3, Symbian 2, Symbian 1. So all of these version Symbian, it is a pen based first phone similar to the Palm PDS. So if you are not familiar with Palm PDS, the Palm PDS was to personal digital assistant that was really popular for a long time, and there is a still version of the Palm that are being sold. So it was really almost the first version of a smartphone without the phone. So not only you could have a calendar and the contact that could be able to keep notes, and there are some version that where you actually have a install application much like you can on smartphone like the iPhone or Android phones today. Now reason for being able to look on the Symbians too, because there are a lot of phones and smartphones on the old days that actually run on the Symbian. Even though iOS and Android are the most popular version of the operating system for mobile devices like smartphones, there are still a couple of phones that use Symbian, so you need to be able to get to these phones. Sometimes if to be able to extract contacts or be able to extract call logs or extract any other piece information that may be stored on that phone, Symbian phone. Now as it says here, Symbian is actually an open standard based platform, and it's a 32-bit operating system, and you can actually find places where you can get the software that will run directly on the Symbian phone or Symbian devices, so that the software will actually extract the information from the phone. So for other cases, you may need to be able to plug to the phone into the computer and be able to extract the information that way. Unlike the iPhone and Android that have a lot of capabilities and a lot of interfaces, the Symbian is a little less capable in this regard, and you may have to use the software that actually comes with the phone or with the devices in order to able to connect to it to get the information off. Now there is a challenge that there, because you don't necessarily get the verification that you might otherwise from a raw extract. So if you're just pulling the information of the device, you still have to be able to prove that it was the information that was on the device to begin with. So there is a possibility and there is a possible challenge from doing forensic with the particular types of devices like Symbian. Now we're going to be talking about the iOS forensics now. So iOS is an Apple operating system that runs on their mobile devices only. So the Apple and the iPad are the newer version of iPod, and of course iWatch also. So why would we do the iOS forensic? So well, maybe we want to do the iOS forensics because a mobile device had been used in maybe source of crime. So we want to be able to pull the data of that device, or maybe somebody is involved in violating company policy. So in one way or another, you need to be able to look at the device. So there is a lot of data that get stored on the iPhones. So what you can do is like you can use a software called phone disk that allows the browser to the phone at it was just a hard drive. Now what that does is restricted you from being able to see the full file system, which would actually look an awful lot like Mac OS system. So I would have all the directory structure on a software on phone disk on Mac, which is like a Mac OS system, and that would have a same reason because that is iOS is because iOS is actually a Mac OS device system, and that's been tuned and tailored specifically to these similar mobile devices with different processors in them. So that you similar way you can use the forensic on iOS devices also. So in this lesson we are going to be talking about malware and malware analysis. So now from this time to time you may run to the cross situation where your system and your network has been compromised by a virus or a worm or a trojan or even a botnet client. So what you may want to be able to do is figure out what actually did the malware in your machine. So what you can determine the destruction or damage that caused, and also be able to figure out where your company has been put at a risk by informating leaving the enterprise. So there could be damages to individual user by credit card data being stolen or taken, or there could be damage to the company in terms of intellectual property that has been removed in some fashion. So in this lesson we will be actually talking about and going through some of the malware analysis technique. So in this I just wanted to give you a kind of a brief overview of some reasons why you may want to do the malware analysis. And again, that's because you may have a situation where you have been attacked by a virus and you need to figure out what it is that leads the virus, or what it is that worm did or is capable of doing that something, and a virus software that doesn't get the signature up to date is a fast enough period of time so that the virus has been removed. So now you have got this virus that's working on your network or on your system that doing things and you don't actually know and what it is doing. So there is a couple of websites. So first one is I'm going to talk about is here is partially demonstrate the value of doing a malware analysis. People are concerned enough about malwares and what it does, and we are overrun with so many malware. So there is a couple of places then you have a put ways to actually doing the analysis for you. So there's a virus total, it's a website. For example, this is a community driven website, and what you can do is you can upload a file from this and have virus total do the analysis, and it will come back and tell you whether the software or the file that you have uploaded is actually a piece of malware and what that piece of malware is, and it should give you some understanding of what that piece of software actually has done or is capable of doing to give you a better handle. Now there is another website here, and this is only gives you the ability to not only just to do a simple analysis from the file properties or from things like hash of the file, where virus total is really looking at the characteristics of the file that you have uploaded. What Cuckoo there does is it will actually run the software for you and capture what's going on. So you can actually do this in a really safe fashion, and it will handle this through the use of virtual machine. So if you have got a virtual machine and Cuckoo actually goes to automates the process of running that malware so that you can actually see what's going on. So what really is, it is a virtual sandbox for looking at a malware in. So again we have got this software that being used to for malicious purpose, and you may want to understand what's happening to your network and what damage this piece of software has been introduced to you when which is causing. So you can try to figure out whether you need to close the doors or burn down, or what you need to do is in order to protect yourself and recover from the activity this is gone on from through the use of piece of malware that has been introduced. So here's a couple of things. Here is a subsequent lessons we will get into more of a manual techniques where you can really get your hands of the malware and take a look at what it's doing. So we are going to be talking about the static malware analysis. Now by static malware analysis, I am talking about an analysis of the file in a static fashion, meaning we aren't actually going to run the executable to see what happens. The file just going to be sitting on a disk and we are not actually going to run it. So we are going to protect our system in a way that we can maybe get some additional information about what's going on with the program that we are going to be running. And what I'm going to do here is open a defined program that can give me a defined set of information. So I've got here is a program called exe explorer. So I can go and check any of the processes that is running to check whether it is a malware or not. So I'm gonna open this random process. So what I've got here is a executable apart and it give me some information here. So I can see that it's a design for a 32-bit machine, as you can see here, and this is in the 64. So it's a 32-bit code and it's tell me that it's a portable executable. So which means it's an executable that's designed for a Windows operating system. And you can see over here there is a tab called strings, and it does the same thing what the string utility did. Is just that this particular utility string is the explorer also provide additional information. Now the piece of the software here, if I do the string, you can see a lot of function call here, like as an example GDI plus startup and GDI plus shutdown. Those are the graphical devices. So GDI suits of function have to do with the graphics. So whatever this program is doing, there is a graphical component I can see, and I can create a stream, which means it's probably doing some sort of either file or network communication on each global. So it's not clear to me whether it's going there, although if you look the two lines above 47 on the and it's a JOP and UG image of a stream. So it looks like we are grabbing some images or graphics that we are saving them out in some. So if I keep scrolling down, I can see number of other functions. I can see also a lot of just garbage here and here. As you can see, there is a lots of more garbage. So I have got some the different section here. So you can see this is actually explorer, which pull the whole executable apart and present you a pretty unified view of what's going on. So you give a lot of information about the executable. Now I have got information about the executable. So I've got some strings that may provide me with some information on what's going on, and could actually also run this utility called PID. So what PID is going to do is going to tell me whether a particular piece of software is packed or not. So the first thing I need to do is I need to open a random or any software, like I can do the FTK imager. Okay, so I need to so let's as I open this up, nothing was actually found. So it does say UPX in the EP section where I did the DP scan. It actually says UPS. So this particular piece of software will look for packages and what packets are in the way for upsecuring piece of code. So it makes it harder to see what's going on. So all that garbage that we got in the string previously could very well just been the fact that we had a packet executable and we didn't actually or couldn't actually see what was happening with it because the string had actually been compromised or encrypted in a particular way, so we wouldn't able to be see that. So seeing that something is packet suggests that it may be a piece of malware, and different packets may be associated with different piece of malware. So we may get some information about the executable based on the packet that happens to be used in the version of the packer. So that happens to be used now. So we are done static analysis. So we are just looking at the components of the file itself. So I could go into this file and I could find some executable, and what I could do is I bring up the properties on it and see if things are tells me everything. So now a normal program is developed by a reputable vendor like reputable vendor is going to have a description and a copyright and a product name or product version or maybe even a file version. So it's going to have a information along those lines. The fact is this one doesn't suggest to me that either it was written by somebody who's not aware of how to set this information, or it's written somebody who doesn't actually want to fill out the information. So we can find out the little something about the author of the program just by looking at the properties of it. Now I have shown you a few different tactics and techniques for looking at a malware in a static way. So it's not actually being run by the reason of for this because there is a danger in running malware. Now in next we're going to be talking about the dynamic malware analysis, and that requires either a sandbox or some system that's not connected to of anything. So you are not going to do the damage to the system or anyone else anywhere near to the network. So dynamic analysis gives us the ability to look into the malware actually in operation and static malware analysis. And static malware analysis really just looking at the hints of the executable or the file itself to see if we can figure out what's happening just by looking at the file and what's in it and the information that we can pick up from digging through a little bit. Now we're going to be talking about the dynamic malware analysis. So I should point out up front there's a lot of danger in doing dynamic malware analysis, because you are actually doing is you are going to running a malware and seeing what it's doing and what actually is happening. Now of course that means you are running a known piece of malicious software, or maybe a well known or not known yet, but you are running a piece of malicious software that is certainly the possibility of damage being done to either your system or your network, or information stolen from your system or your network. So what you probably want to do is have a sandbox or some types of another of a virtual machine that isolates in some way so that it cannot get the other system, or maybe the internet except in a very restricted fashion. So having all said all of and all disclaimer about what we are doing here, I'm actually going to show a couple of techniques. Now the first one is bringing a piece of software up and running. In this case it's a debugger. So let me open the software debugger. Okay, let me open a file like a random file. So it's a debugger, and we're going to use a software package called Oli debug, and all Oli debug is going to open my program for me. And what we have got here is we can open up and find out interesting about. So actually I want to and open one of these. So we are going to take the machine code and what was written out in the program file on the disk. So we are going to convert that machine code back into the assembly language, which is a bit more human readable than a machine code, and is done by on disassembly and presented us with the assembly language version of the program. So what I am then is going to be able to do the execute the program in a step by step fashion, so I can actually see what's happening as I run through the program. I can run it by okay, it's not showing. So here is the actual code, and that is going to execute, and you can see the different boxes in the upper right. You can see the register and what they are currently set, and the lower right there is a memory segment, and in the lower left you can see where a different part of program or different part of the section of a memory where this program is actually residing. So now what I could do is I could run the debugger application, and I could do things like set points so that I could stop at a particular place. So I can do is a step into or a step over, and again this is a stepwise execution of the program that we are actually running. So again we are going to go an instruction at a time through the program. Now I don't actually have a sandbox here that I would feel comfortable doing this with, but you can see that this program here gives a lot of control over the execution of the program, and in reality just going through this process could take actually several lessons or several lectures. But just to give you an overview of a way of dynamic malware analysis, you could get certainly use of a debugger like this, or certainly like another like immunity debugger which we talked previously, which is a very similar in what it does to the particular one, and it is also available for free for Windows. So this is it. So in this lesson we are going to be talking about the operating system, and specifically we will be talking about the Windows operating system. So the Windows operating system is currently up to Windows 11 and goes back to the mid 80s or so, and over the time it gone through a lot of changes. There are however some things that have more or less stayed the same, and in particular one of the things that stayed the same is some of the files layout on the drive. So typically what you would have with a Windows operating system, that you have a primary hard disk or hard drive that has a letter C like this, and this is the primary hard drive. Now with Windows, all of the hard drives have letters so that you can see here C, D, and if I insert any portable USB, then it will be E. See, you can see the directory called Windows, and where all of the primary operating system files are stored, and you can see there are a lot of different directories here. Files are stored, and you can see there are a lot of different directories here, storing a lot of different data, like there is a log and there is a media, and which is where the things like system sound would be stored. Now there are also a couple of directories, and one of the which is called system and one of the which is called system 32. Now the system 32 specifically stores very critical, as you can see system 32, which specifically store very critical system information, and there are some log files in here, and there is also a lot of DLL and system files. As you can see, lots of DLL files. So number of directories inside the system 32 that store a lot of critical system configuration. Now in addition to the system directory and the system 32 directory, we do have other directories as well. You can see here in the top of the drive, here is a lot of look like garbage, and some installer just end up putting files here. So what can I do though? I can go to the folder option and go view, and I'm going to show the hidden files. As I already selected it, you can see it's already show hidden files. So as you can see, all those system files are hidden. So that's in a memory, and restore the exact operating system that was in a place when you hibernate it. So there can be a lot of interesting data here in the form of forensic standpoint, because in the hybrid file you have got everything that was in memory. So if there is a browser window open, there is all sorts of data associated with whatever pages are open in that browser. Now a little bit further down here, you can see a page file, this, and there's here is the operating system writes data out to when it need to free up. So some space in the real memory, it will write out the page file again. So something else, when the system is down, you got some snapshot of a piece of information that were once in the memory in addition to all of those. So of course we have got the data in the history of the hard drive. Now it used to be with some of the older version of the Windows. So there was a documents and the setting directory, and in the more recent version of Windows, starting with the Windows Vista, where we have got some directories, and we can go the different user like this user and me. So Google has a Chrome browser, cookies, and various other piece of information with regards to the Chrome are stored inside the application data directory. You can see, of course, the obvious one, the document, download, music, picture, videos. as well. You can look onto these directories if you are looking on of those things and somebody may have stored specifically. So if I am creating a document, I am probably going to store in the document directory. Same thing with music or picture. So I am going to go store whatever I am using in the appropriate directories. For example, as I said through, there are some directories here that are perhaps more interesting because they store data at the user isn't specifically involved with. And again, we are here. We are talking about the application data directory. Now there is a data that is stored in the hard drive and there is other places that you may want to look. So if we open up a computer management, so which can be accessed either through on clicking on that desktop or searching on the search button, that which I did. So the program, you can bring up the manage of my computer. So there is a lot of interesting information here. We have got the event viewer like this. There are the Windows logs and you can see different piece of information that Windows is storing on the behalf of the application. So here is a security log. Also there is a recently view notes or log summary of the administrator events. Also processes, service and application and service. So there is another set of logs. So we can go to the device manager here. And we can see types of devices that are installed and may also be useful and local, and users and groups are also here in the computer management. So in addition to all of this, you want to look at something like the task manager. So in the opening up, task manager will bring up the information about the application that are being run as well as processes. Now processes are different from the application because in the processes that belongs to a service and not what you do normally consider applications. So there are all the processes that are running on the system. You can see information about the different processes that are running, which may sometimes indicate that service or program that are running that if you didn't know about, or maybe you didn't want running, so you can just look up the process tab and just end the task using this. So that's just a brief overview of the different places that you may look up for information about the Windows operating system as you going through a forensic examination.